Good. I think the streaming works. I don't know. Now I need to get quickly Maddog here to see that. And are you back online?
Well, I heard you talking, so I heard a message that said that streaming was on. So
yeah. So it's kind of a really long URL, so I don't know. It should be in the ulno.net channel coming up now. And let me see if that is actually visible. So if you go to youtube.com and look for ulno.net, you should actually see yourself. Yeah, Caninos Loucos Digital Inclusion. It's on there. Cool. So we can actually share that with anybody who is interested now. Shall I start off? So kind of a little bit describe what we're going to do, and then you comment. Oh, are you muted?
Yes, I have to unmute so I can say sure.
Okay, thanks, Maddog, for being here. So I had this idea. So we have been kind of loosely collaborating in this under this title of digital inclusion around the Labrador and the Caninos Loucos project. And this is kind of more a software idea than a hardware idea, but it has kind of implications on the hardware too. But if I understood this project correctly, it's kind of a gateway idea with very useful software for very different use cases to get you going either in an entertainment setting, in a home gateway setting, or in an industrial small business setting. And yeah, and I want to take the first steps to make that happen and have some kind of hands-on approach. I hope some other people from the community will show up and we will experiment a little bit together. I hope we can even in the end also take a look at the Labrador and see what we can already do on there. But my idea is first to use an x86 based system, so vanilla Debian, to get some software up and running very, very quickly to see what is really possible.
Yeah, so there's a series of projects here. One is Caninos Loucos, which is creating the little computer that you showed there called the Labrador. We have it in both a 32 and a 64-bit version, yes. The original thought around that was to make a more available and affordable replacement to the Raspberry Pi, which in Brazil can have a street price of $150 US. Later on, that expanded somewhat to a project called Project Kawan, which was a project to allow university students to be able to afford university. In most of Latin America, federal and state universities are tuition free, which is nice. However, there's a lot of qualified students who still can't take advantage of it because their families are too poor to be able to afford the the apartment, the internet, the computers, the books, and everything else to go into a place where the student can live so they can go to university. And about 40% of the students who qualify to go into university still can't afford it. Only the wealthier students, who have wealthier parents, can afford to have that. So Project Kawan would allow these students to take the knowledge they already had because they've been playing with computers since the age of 8. They're the ones in their house or in their community that everybody comes to when their computer breaks. Let them take the knowledge they have to be able to start their own business and be able to make some money to pay for these incidental things. And I figured that perhaps working 24 hours a week, doing stuff that they like doing. They like working with computers. They like solving problems. That is better than flipping hamburgers or maybe working in the night clerk at a hotel or something like that. That they would be able to earn enough money to live comfortably as a student. So that's what Project Kawan is. Originally, it was a service type of job but a lot of the students who tried it out in pilots said, we want something to sell, and then we can sell and service it. So coming up with some ideas, one of which is to take the Odoo software, which is a point of sale and ERP system, and put that on the Labrador. Allow people to add a keyboard, a mouse, a screen, a scale, a scanner, a cash drawer, and other things to create a point of sale terminal that they could then sell to a small business person and help that small business person run their business better by having this point of sale terminal and ERP system. Another thing was the one that you talked about, which was the Digital Inclusion Project. Only about 30% of Brazilian households have a connection to the internet. The vast majority of people don't have that connection, and it's mostly because they don't have a computer system to access it. There's a lot of people who have never had a computer system. They've never used a mouse. They don't know how to use it. And so if you could create an inexpensive system for them that would allow them to connect it to a cable modem or connect it to a DSL modem, then they would be able to have a connection to the internet. And once they had that, they'd be able to get training, education over the internet. They'd be able to watch YouTube videos about how to do things that they need to do every day over the internet. Things that you and I do all the time. We don't even think about it. We just do it. They don't know. They don't have the access to do it. But beyond that, you could give them with, now if they have that computer, if they have that Labrador connected up, you can give them a lot more things that would be really nice for them to have. You get 2 inexpensive speakers, hook it up to the Labrador, and now they could have a stereo system. And they could stream music. They could stream movies and stuff like that. You take and put a webcam on the Labrador and aim it towards the front door. When the front door opens, it snaps a picture of the person coming in and sends it to them or stores it someplace where it's safe. Now, in effect, you have a burglar alarm. You use the GPIO pins to control lights and stuff. You save electricity. You lower their electric bill. These are things that could be done if they had them. Many of these people do have a cell phone, and they can take some pictures. Fine. You could use the Labrador to store these pictures either in the cloud or on a small local disk, which these days are very inexpensive for, say, 20 gigabytes. So these are types of things you could do if you had the proper software on the little Labrador computer. And you can even make a case to the internet companies that give you a cable modem or DSL modem and a Wi-Fi router, that you don't need the Wi-Fi router functionality anymore. The Labrador could do that. So you're lowering the cost of the unit which the internet company has to provide, at the same time giving them more functionality than they would have had otherwise. There's other projects. I mean, if you go out to SourceForge, or you go out to GitHub, you see that there's 400,000 different projects out there that are free software that you could pull down off the net and use. And so it's only in the imagination of these, what we call Project Cower professionals, as to how they put together this software to create a product which they could then sell to people and maintain for people. And the other thing that's part of this is not sending money outside of Brazil, outside of Latin America. Why should people be sending huge amounts of money outside of Latin America to all these other countries just for something that they could do themselves? And, and why should you be paying for programmers in the United States or programmers in Western Europe when you could be taking that money and redirecting it to programmers in Latin America. So these are types of reasons why I want to see these projects go. In the short term, sure, you could do it on any type of platform to get the functionality together. In the longer term, I'd like to see the functionality go to systems like the Labrador, the Raspberry Pi, and I would be happy to use the Raspberry Pi if it was available in Brazil at a decent price. And also if it had all the features that are needed. And unfortunately, the situation is different in a lot of Latin America, because the temperatures in Latin America can be 45 degrees Celsius in a room. If you don't have air conditioning, if you don't have a decent environment, it can be 45 degrees Celsius. The Raspberry Pi has an operating temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. It's going to burn up. Even if you put a big heat sink on it, you're going to need a fan to carry away the extra heat. The Labrador has an operating temperature of 70 degrees Celsius. So you have, a difference in temperature that you could run it even without a fan. The electrostatic discharge protection on the Raspberry Pi is, quite frankly, abysmal. That we've had 12 Raspberry Pis die in our labs in Sao Paulo. And that's just because of people touching them and stuff. The Labrador has much better ESD protection. There's, you could go on with more reasons. I mean, recent Raspberry Pis at least have USB 3. Before, for a long time, they only had USB 2. It limited the speed of their Ethernet. It limited the speed of their disks. Fortunately, they have fixed that. But, we want to be able to see not only manufactured in Latin America, we want to see new designs in Latin America. We want to see people generate new baseboards, particularly baseboards that have new functionality that they could stick the core board in and have a whole computer. So these are some of the reasons why we're doing these projects. It's certainly not to make a lot of money. In fact, we're not making any money. So, this is why I think these are important.
But I think so. If that catches on and people use that to create their own business or their own things, there is definitely potential here to make money. So
well, I want them to make money. I want it. So here's one more thing before I shut up and let you go on. I've been in the computer industry for 50 years. And a long time ago, people thought about, they sold computers just for the sake of selling computers. But in reality, we don't sell computers. We don't sell hardware. We don't sell software. We don't put a computer up on the wall with a candle on either side like a shrine. Maybe Wozniak does that. Nobody else. But what we do is we sell solutions to people. People have a problem and they need a solution. That's what they pay for. And so when we create solutions, we can say to people, not here's a Labrador, oh, isn't this great? We can say, here's a multimedia system. You can watch TV, you can store your music, you can store your pictures of your kids safely. You can have access to all these training things. You can transfer money in your bank. You can do that all from your home. You don't have to go down and stand in line anymore to do that. You can get books from the library electronically, much cheaper than you could have to buy the books. These are all the things you can do if you have that solution in your house. If you don't have it, all bets are off. So we're selling solutions, and that's where the real money is. If you're selling hardware, you're lucky to get 2 to 3% profit margin on a small system like a Labrador. You're lucky to get that. But if you're selling a solution, you can get 19 to 20% profit margin because people are paying to solve their problem.
And yeah, this is a perfect intro to a little bit my field, because I'm by trade a software engineer, and I'm working in requirements engineering, and talking about problems and their solution is a really big thing what we do. But on the other hand, I'm also a very hands-on guy, so I like actually working with hardware and playing with computers. This is why we are doing this session today, because we want to kind of just move one step further. And so I love all these use cases John has provided here. So and I hope we can kind of dig into some of them and learn from actually implementing them.
But one more thing. Why is open source and open hardware so important in this? It's because in order to create a tailored solution for the customer, you need to be able to change the code. You need to be able to get two packages which almost work together to actually work together. And if you don't have the source code for either one, it's impossible. If you have the source code for one of them and not the other, it's harder, but not impossible. When you have the source code for both, it's a lot easier. And so, if you're a solution provider, and I know you've experienced this from what you've just said, you need to change the source code of these packages so that they work together. And then you contribute that source code to the projects so the next time they're released, they work better with each other. That's the way it worked. That's the way I started off in 1969 doing that. And, it's what is needed. And we've forgotten that today.
Yeah, I think that's incredible. This was an argument I was actually looking for all over the last months, because I did kind of prepared some talks for open source and software engineering. And we pride ourselves in software engineering always of being the masters of glue. And I think this is so important what you say, and it actually also explains why open hardware might become important. Because you might not only have to change even the code, but it would be good sometimes if you provide a solution to do the changes in the hardware. And I think that's another reason why the Labrador becomes so important, because we might be able to go from the software and the use cases even into the hardware and adopt full circle some things here.
So the design of the Labrador was made with the core board and the base board. The core board has all of the active components on it, the CPU, the GPU, the RAM, the flash, and things like that. They have to run at very high speed, and they have to, provide the computational power. But the core board is 8 layers thick, which is a relatively hard board for a PCB manufacturer to make and to get right consistently. You can develop 16-layer boards, but the problem with that is you have a failure rate that's much higher. So if you stick with an 8-layer board, the fewer the layers, typically, the lower your failure rate. So the core board is difficult to get correct, and a tiny little mistake in a core board could mean a 10 to 15% performance hit. But that's the core board. If you look at the base board, it's typically fewer layers, that the layers are thicker because they're carrying more power. They have to power the connectors. They have to power the things. That's where you bring in the power to the entire system and you disperse it amongst everything. So the layers are thicker, but it runs at a much lower frequency. So there's not as, by making thicker, lower frequency, less crosstalk between the signals. And, it's much easier to design that and get it correct. So we want people to design large numbers of baseboards to fit whatever exact problem they're trying to solve. But the core board will just fit into it, and you can buy that in large quantities at lower prices. The baseboard, by definition, is going to have fewer quantity of each baseboard, but way more designs. And so that's why we designed it that way. If you remember the original Raspberry Pis, if you wanted to change the Raspberry Pi to meet a specific hardware issue, you had to redesign the entire board. And that's a waste. If you're brutal to yourself, you may enjoy the work. I would rather have the solution myself. So, okay, I'm finished now, I hope.
Thanks so much. And I could go on and on and on, but I think we should kind of take it to another thing. I have a series where I talk about open doors with open source. I think we might have to follow up there one day. And maybe we could kind of really take the Labrador there apart and kind of really show some things and run it. And so that is definitely on my to-do list. And I think it would be great to have you there, because I think we could show a lot of cool things. But I think I want to get started with your ideas in terms of the use cases. And maybe you can give me a little bit the blessing here, because I will start actually not with the Labrador, and I'm feeling a little bit ashamed that I'm doing that now.
No, it's okay, because again, we want to have this concept go out to other emerging economies like Detroit, like Watts, like Harlem in New York, like, Africa. And they may not be using a Raspberry Pi. Or they may not be using a Labrador. They may be using a Raspberry Pi. They may be using an older system, like you said, that they happen to have around. So it's okay. I want this to be as portable as possible across as many systems as possible. Yeah. The solution. It's not the hardware. It's not the base software. It's the solution that's necessary.
Yeah, good. And with this, I think I will get started. I have to play a little bit with the cameras. We should invite a couple of more people to check in and kind of republish the link. And I hope we see some people dropping in, and I meet some other people who are interested in it. I hope I find some people who actually have a Labrador, and so maybe can replicate some of the things what I'm doing here on the one PC on the other, and then we can exchange problems and ideas regarding that. So I will be online here in Brazilian time, I think until 1 o'clock. Then I will make an hour break, and then we'll stream from 1 to 6 o'clock again. And let's see if we can kick something off here together. And I guess you will drop in once in a while or be connected. So I hope to talk to you again and show you some solutions we are building here.
Well, I will leave this going. If I do get disconnected, it's by accident. So but I have other things, unfortunately, which I have to do today. So, but I will leave it connected. So if you just yell out at me, Maddog, I may hear you and come back on. But otherwise, I'm going to mute.
Good, no problem. Thank you. It will be good to see you once in a while in front of the screen.
Well, I'm also going to turn off the video to help with bandwidth issues. Okay. No, not turn off the video, but turn off my picture. That's all.
Okay. Thanks, Maddog. And talk to you soon again. Good. So, as I said, I will actually start working here on not the Labrador. I have an Atomic Pi, so this is kind of random actually that I chose that one. So let's see if I can change actually here the camera in Jitsi. I put actually I set the camera so that we can actually switch to that. So if I go to settings, oh great. So we just use the other camera. Yeah, there you see it. So here is the a little Atomic Pi, which I use. It at also 2 gigabits like the Labrador, but the interesting thing for me now is that it is actually a normal x86 system. So I should be able to use vanilla Debian and get going super quickly. So my goal is actually to first install FreedomBox on it, and then see if we can get some Docker integration like Docker Starter or so working. And that should kind of give us the option to very quickly configure this in various different ways for the different use cases Maddog just mentioned. So let me find my, let me share now my desktop here, and also go back with the camera to myself. That'd be nice if that would be faster.
You might give a brief description for the audience and for the streaming and stuff about what is FreedomBox.
Yeah, I think I will do this just before. And is there somebody joining? No. I want to actually switch to the camera back and share my desktop, and then I can actually go to the webpage of FreedomBox, etc., etc. But I also want to kind of reiterate the stream to some of the communities I'm in, so that maybe we get some people who are joining here at that point. I might do in the end a big edit of the whole thing and take out some of the breaks we are incurring here in the live session, but that will be a bigger project because there will be 8 hours of video to harvest through. Good. So let me kind of republish this and kind of go back here. Okay. No. Okay, I have trouble in Jitsi kind of switching the camera. Okay, then let's just share the desktop. Share the desktop is here. Good. So, and this is actually the software we want to install first on the device I have here. So this is FreedomBox, and as you see, it follows kind of the same idea we discussed here before, with a lot of services you can have pre-installed on it. So there are a lot of them I have actually not worked with. So Cockpit I haven't seen. So I think after I install it, we should be able to look at it. Digitial is a BitTorrent web client. So if it's about media consumption and media exchange, that is something. You can have your own software on there. So there's GitWeb on there. There's I2P. I2P is basically an anonymizing network. Some people would say it's a darknet, but of course it's more an onion net, which kind of allows you to be private. There's a chat client on there. Matrix Synopsis, so lots of you know that I use Riot for managing some of my groups. So this is basically the server for it. It's a very new upcoming Slack alternative. So it's something where you can have channels and talk with each other and manage communities. You have a wiki on there. Mumble is a really good voice chat solution, and you can build up your own VPN server. CRX is some kind of a Google alternative. It's a distributed search engine, as far as I know. And I use myself SyncSync quite a lot. It's a great way of syncing data all over the net in a private way, and it's very easy to set up. So the cool thing about FreedomBox is it's Debian-based, and a lot of projects we are working with are Debian-based. And so if I see it correctly somewhere, it says, oh, we can just download it in Debian. But so I don't want to watch the movie. So anything that Debian is compatible with. And you see FreedomBox is basically on Debian. So the idea is what I want to do is now I want to install a fresh Debian to do that. So for that, I have downloaded the Debian image, and I will use Azure to flash the Debian ISO on a USB stick. So we have Azure here. So we flash from a file. And I have a little USB stick in there, and let's just write that on there. So I am not the hardcore guy. I'm not using DD to do that because I make too many mistakes. With DD, you can easily destroy your own hard drive if you don't pay attention, and sometimes I don't pay attention. So Azure is kind of protecting you a little bit there, and it's also easier to sell to students to use. So as you see, it's kind of really targeting kind of flashing Raspberry Pi images, but you can use it for any kind of medium where you want to have a pre-made system flashed on a portable device. So let's do that, and after we flash it, we will try to boot from the into the BIOS of the device I have here. But for this, I have to also get another keyboard, and then we should be able to work on that. So I will, while we're waiting, let's kind of repost the links so we can have some people joining this conversation here today. I'm just sending some invites, so I hope that we get at one point a couple of more viewers here. I think I'm here just at the moment only with one other person. Good. I think we are completed with the flashing. And on the live screen, you should probably also see my camera. I'm just not sure how I can switch back to my other camera. Huh. Okay. I might have to show the camera on the desk. I should be able to do that too. So let me close the door and get a glass of water, and then we really get going. So here I have a little overview of what we can actually see on the live screen. And it's still just here, this little thing down there. How can we switch the camera? Let me stop the camera. And let's see quickly if I can put this camera on the desktop. Ah, is that Hinato or?
Yep.
Ah, cool. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think I mentioned briefly, I think, to you what we were doing. So it's a really interesting project of kind of getting communities involved and getting kind of gateways out them to bootstrap some stuff and make technology accessible, combining that with an open source idea. And you're just dropping in at the point where I do the initial installation. So I think we have set up IoT Empower a couple of times together. So you can show yourself if you don't mind being on the live stream.
I haven't taken a shower.
I understand.
This is interesting. I wanna touch that on my master's as far as accessible technology.
Ah, okay. I think that the Caninos Loucos digital inclusion definitely would be something worth to mention. But so remember, we are live, so everything what you say now can be listened to later.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's not a private conversation we have at the moment, even if I think most of our private conversations are about cool stuff, so it doesn't matter if people listen into it.
it can be used it can be used against me in court, right?
Yeah. Ooh, Hinato is working on open source software. So what I'm doing here is actually I want to install FreedomBox on Debian. So I flash just a Debian stick, and yeah, and so great. And now my camera is here on the desktop, so you actually can see what is going on. I should see if I can also open the other thing. So let me see that it'd be cool if you guys can also see the board I'm working on. So we go to develop-cam. Right, desktop. And yeah, I should probably make that a bit more nice that you don't have to put it here manual in. Huh. Wonder where this other camera is running with. Yeah, cool. See? That's really nice. 2 cameras running. So, I wonder if my USB bus is kind of full. Huh. Yeah, it has trouble running both cameras at the same time. Interesting.
Pardon me, what is your schedule again today? You're going to work until what time for lunch?
So 2 hours from now, it's 1 o'clock in Brazil, in São Paulo.
1 o'clock Brazil time. And then how long are you going to be doing this until what time today?
So I never have a 1 hour break for lunch, and then I will go from 2 to 6, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So take now the USB stick. So now let's get. I'm not sure. So I think I will. No, my image shows up once in a while. That's really awful. Let me quit that. And actually nobody sees. Yeah, no, you see the desktop. Good. So you see here, I think so that is the USB stick I just prepared, and I will put this one in here. And now I will fire this thing up, and then we will see if we can actually find that on the network and go in there. Somebody, I think Maddog is not muted. Mute. Good. So let me see if I can show also the little microcontroller booting up. So I usually, you can see if you plug in USB devices here in the messages, and see there we have a video capture card, but out of some reason we don't see which video device it allocates. That's sad. So let's see if we move that somewhere else. Here's also a little bit of test of what it can do live, and so some of these things are actually going wrong here. So I'm taking a different USB bus. and see if the cord is detected here. That seems better. No, not initialized. That is sad. Okay, I have this grand plan that we might be able to see the camera. Lots of videos. So let's see if we can check some of them. It's so let's start from 0. Oh. That is this camera. Okay. Could actually be that this device is not creating a video signal at the moment. Okay. It was there. Yeah. So let's see if this works now. Okay, you can see me. So are you on here? That looks actually like this device is running. But without a video signal, it will be really hard for me to configure that. So let's reset it. And see if we now get a video signal somewhere. I would assume that I would be on 7. Nope. 6. No, we don't get the image from there. Okay, let's then get another little screen so I can at least go into the BIOS and do that. So we can maybe then position one of the other 2 cameras so you can see what's going on. So you can see here a little screen that I now set here. And let's get some power for that one. one. And let's then disconnect this guy. And plug the other one in. Good. Cool. Oh, it already, that's really nice. So if you look here, it has booted into the Debian startup system. So I wanted to show you that screen, but for some reason we don't manage to get it on the other one. So let me get a keyboard and then we can finally set up Debian. So let's do that very quickly. So we have a graphical install or just a normal install. I think we don't need really any GUI on that. I don't know, actually. Do we need a GUI? We need also a USB hub. Because the Atomic Pi only has one USB port. Okay, get a USB hub. So I have to shut this guy down. Put the USB stuff in. So that I have keyboard and this. So what I'm doing now applies basically for older computers, or also if you use the Raspberry Pi, you would actually start with a ready-made image. But there might be cases where you have to install an old computer with this system we're trying to develop here now. So let's power that one on. Good. Actually, be kind of cool. Check out the BIOS, but so you will still boot via the USB stick from this medium. Doesn't look good. Nice, kind of trying to do PXE first because I have network plugged in. So let's see if we can actually make our way to the BIOS and change the boot order. I'm too slow. There we go. So I'm now in the BIOS. It would be kind of good if you guys can see a little bit the screen. So boot. SanDisk Cruiser, we want to have that first. And then we want to look at the disks, but this should be enough. So SanDisk Cruiser first. And no, not quit without saving. I want to save that. Save and exit. So there we are now. Now we can actually do several things. But I think as FreedomBox and other things need no GUI, we will start kind of more in this gateway realm. So I will skip the graphical install. I will just do install and do this initial setup on the command line. So I want to be English, work with American English. And so now we have to just to get to that point where I have SSH running. So we're just a bit patient. So this is live. So okay, non-firmware files to operate. The firmware can be loaded from remote. Does it mean we cannot use Ethernet in big? No, I hope it's the wireless cord. Yes, great. Good. So Debian is just detecting the Ethernet cord and now configuring the Ethernet. Good, and that worked well. So now we'll call the computer digital inclusion. Put it here into my home network. So it requires a root password. We'll go with IoT Empire. We create a user. That would be IoT Empire. Pass password 2. Select your time zone. As I started configuring things in the US, I cannot switch the time zone there, but I can do that later. So I'm pretending that I'm in the Eastern US at the moment, so we will get an hour off from here. So now it asked me if I want to do UEFI installation. Yes, I want. And I think I will just do the entire disk. I will also put everything in one partition. That will be easier for us later. 2 GB of swap. Oh, why not? Right, the changes to the disk. Yes. So now it's installing a base Debian system. And then we just need OpenSSH, and then I can show that all the stuff a bit more nice to you. That's 419, so I'll LTS support on there. So this kernel, I guess, should work well on this platform here. So this is, as you see, that's an Atomic Pi. So I got a couple of these to play with, and that's why one of the main reasons why I wanted to try that out today. If I'm quick here, I think we can later take a closer look at the Labrador and see if I can do it there. I was a little bit afraid here at this point to with the Docker stuff I intended. So I want to try that first out on an x86 platform. So from where do we take? Let's take a Brazil mirror for our software. I don't need a proxy. Maybe I should have tried that graphically, but it's kind of reminding me of good old times to do that in the command line mode. Guess I should have set up some serial connector here. Then you guys could have seen the whole installation. But the interesting stuff starts after I can log in via SSH. Okay, now we just have to be a bit patient. Okay. Participate in the usage survey. Is that private or not? Just say default no at the moment. But if you can spare this information, and if you're on Facebook, you can probably spare that here too. So I don't want any desktop environment. I don't want any print server. I want an SSH server and standard system. And I think we just take it from there. So now it gets all the stuff over the network. Should have shown you it this way right from the start. But I'm learning too. I wanted to walk through the installation, so I thought, yeah, it's kind of a practical day today and see a little bit hands-on what is going on here. I have no idea why I ended up in kind of installing LibreOffice. I've recently started working with Xpra, which is kind of a new system to. I need to get my headphones underneath here. So it's a new system to share Windows kind of little programs over the network. So, and that could be something fun if you want to have basically your Office suite running on this little server and then sharing it. But I guess LibreOffice might be a bit heavyweight for our 2 GB machine here. So I would prefer, and I get whole GNOME. Why did I say that? I must have done something wrong in selecting the default packages. Oh, that will be hard to get away. Yeah, I know, you see, something's going wrong. No, that takes way more time than it should have. But I don't want to start over. And that's important, all the GNOME games. Guess I haven't done a native Debian install for a while. Well, good experience. Yeah, I wonder always enormously if I completely bog down this little computer. Oh, we'll see. But I think I can just disable the display manager. Just have a little bit too much software on there, but there's the OpenSSH server. Good. Wow. It comes with a network manager. Well, of course. We're going vanilla Debian here. So I guess we can see use a fresh Debian installation. That's what we do. So we did the Debian install, and I assume that this will be the only thing we need to do when we can log in via SSH. I'm ready. All this GNOME stuff. So that looks promising. It's installing grub. Good. Installation is complete. Let's remove that. So I think now I can take it out. That looks very good. Let's see if we can boot into Debian. And there we are. I think we should now be able to log in to that guy. Digital inclusion, and we were a user. That looks promising. I have a old login with not an operating system on there. Password. Yeah, so that's really cool. Now we are in there. Let's kind of make sure. That one. Good. So let's make that a little bigger so you guys can see what I'm doing here. And the first thing I want to do is stop the graphics. Oh, by default, you cannot do that. So this is the Debian way. You don't have sudo. When you have sudo, but it's not configured to let some users become easily admin. System control. Is that running the GNOME display manager? What even? It's GDM3. Okay, we want shortly system control. Stop GDM3. Yeah. So I'm gonna disable that guy. Very nice. That's all off. Cool. So now we basically don't need the screen anymore. We should be able to get in here via SSH. And what did they say? Well, that is interesting. They say you should do that with sudo if. So the default Debian setup that you can use sudo like in Ubuntu. That's kind of weird. Let's make an update first, but I think it should. So I like to have this on there so I can some simple editing and stuff. I wonder if there's a more tilde version out. I like that editor quite a bit, but it was kind of in a super old version on Debian. Oh, it's 1.0. Yeah, I think it's actually borked. It is on the Raspberry Pi. Because I think, no, seems to work on vanilla Debian. Oh, that's kind of an interesting find. So then, yeah, let's just ignore. I wanted to check actually what is in sudoers. So you have to be in the sudo group, yeah? So, and actually, I know things you shouldn't do, but I'm kind of old school, so I kind of directly. Where is the sudo group? Oh no, I was with password I was out. Good. Yeah, good. So that's how it works. Then let's get Freedom Box. Now it gets interesting. Doop. Nearly nothing.
Uli, what's Freedom Box?
I told in the beginning. So if you look here on the site, it's basically a collection of different services to set up, a gateway. See, you have Cockpit, you have a torrent thing, you have you can run your own Git server, you have I2P on there, you have a chat client to local setting, you have a meta search engine in there, you have a VPN, a voice communication server. You can run your own matrix server. You know, remember how we always use matrix and sometimes things don't work, so you can run this locally. You have a wiki set up on there, and here. Swing thing. I don't know if there's actually. I think there are even more services.
This is new, huh? Have you used it before?
I've only read about it, so that's a little bit. Maddog actually, he's also here in the chat, kind of suggested to start off with this and then kind of add some Docker functionality, and so to even extend the number of services we can run even more. But this is supposed with Cockpit come with a nice administration interface you can use via the web. So that's why I wanted to start with that one.
All right, cool.
So that's kind of what, yeah. I'm also curious now how how that looks.
It's live.
Yeah, no, that's a nice thing about live. And I'm happy that I kind of have the cameras now under control. I think that's actually kind of neat if I can switch between them. But good. Actually, but this camera we probably don't even need anymore, so I can actually close that. Because now everything is headless without graphics card.
The other thing about, sorry.
Yeah.
The other thing about Freedom Box is that it was a project that was started 10 years ago by Eben Moglin, who is the designer of the GPL3. Its focus is in creating a secure, easy-to-use server for people to store their most private things on instead of storing them on places like Google and Amazon and things like that. So it's a good thing to have for people in their homes to be able to store private stuff. And then later on, you can teach them how to encrypt that information and store it elsewhere in case of fire or other type of disaster.
Mhm.
So, and all of the packages that go up into making Freedom Box actually exist on Debian 10. So even if you don't use Freedom Box as a concept, you can still create the functionality for it off of Debian 10.
Yeah, let's see how easy that works now. But it looks kind of, yeah. So it was actually harder, I think, setting up Debian than it will be setting up this year. John, do you know if there's any relationship between Freedom Box and Pirate Box?
I'm not familiar with Pirate Box, so I don't know.
Because we used that in the State Department. So the Pirate Box so Freedom Box reminds me a lot of Pirate Box, kind of having this self-contained server. And Pirate Box also had kind of the Wi-Fi server basically built in, but had kind of a similar set of services running there. And it was kind of to set up in a village or so a central access point where people could access them with the phone and then chat with each other and have some material to exchange. I think that are similar ideas behind these two projects.
Well, like I said, Freedom Box has been going on for 10 years, and within the last year, they finally released their version 1.0 version of the product. As I say product, it's really a project, and like a lot of other open source projects, they have a distribution, and they sell a little bit of hardware to also help to fund a little bit of the project. But so it could well be that they have been working in parallel with each other for this period of time.
Seems like that Pirate Box is kind of wrapping up, if I see that here correctly. Oh. Oh, sad.
Well, I mean, it's the type of thing where projects come and go, but because they're open source, people could pick them up, move them on in different ways. When a closed source project closes, that is truly the end.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we can continue here.
I'm going to go back on mute.
Yeah. So, Renato, are you still around?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, can help me not making too many mistakes. So, where did I actually see how that works? Oh, yeah. So I think I was here in the Debian stuff. So what comes next? So I installed it. And during the installation, you will be provided a secret key. Oops. Did you see it? I mean, that's not that I think this is really just a sample installation. So if we share that secret key here in the live session, I guess we will survive. So it's supposed to be in here. Okay, you can then start using Freedom Box. During initial visit, you will need to enter the secret noted above. Now, using Freedom Box. So I should be able to do Freedom Box. Did this guy kind of change the host name? No, it didn't. Yeah, but let's see if I can open a web server on that one. Okay, yeah. So that usually says that there must be a self-signed key somewhere. And so we have to accept that. Oh, yeah, good. So Freedom Box is running. So let me not show you the secret. So basically, I'm entering this command. So I'm doing the secret. And I just paste in the secret here and do a setup. Cool. So the admin account. Choose a username and password, access this web interface. The password can be changed through the, let's say, admin. And yeah, the password is our IoT Empire. And let's go. Install any apps? Cool. Ah, that is pretty neat. So what do we need? Yeah, let's do that. Steer X. Oh, there's even Pivoxy on there, which I used in schools a long time ago to blacklist sites students are not allowed to go to. Yeah, install. I always wanted to try this out. I really like the GUI. So what other apps do I want? I don't know if I can leave this now. I have to wait. Oh, let's wait till at least one app is installed before I. Aha, safe search. There's a default family filter to apply for. No, we're grown-ups here. Google forced me to not select children here, so I don't have to restrict our search. Setting unchanged. Okay, let's. Nice, we have a chat server on there. I was actually, let's see if we can get the matrix running. Might have to actually go into SSH and install some of the non-free drivers if I want to use Wi-Fi as the access point. No, it's even installing LDAP. Wonder how easy it will be to configure this.
He uses Riot.
Yeah, so you can actually set up your own Riot server. So that is kind of, and I expect that some of the problems we experienced with the global Riot will be actually gone. And there's some really cool stuff going on with Riot. You can actually even install a WhatsApp plugin. So you can basically tunnel all your WhatsApp messages into Riot, or Telegram. So you can actually also tunnel all your Telegram stuff into this. So there are bridges between that. So if you use Matrix correctly, so it's a federated system which actually can even combine lots of chat services into one. Because at the moment I'm kind of getting chat overload here.
Me too.
Yeah, okay, whatever. Not sure if we can work with a domain that is not publicly available. I see you can actually use the Riot client for interfacing with it. Yeah, see. You configured this using a self-sum derivation with other matrix synaptins. So that might actually be a big bottleneck here. No, I have to play with it at a later point. Okay, what other apps do we have? What else is interesting to that? Is JS. I have no idea what JSXC is. Ah, it's XMPP. Interesting. Private audio video chat client based. Very interesting. Peer-to-peer. Donkey. Mumble. VPN. Web proxy. IRC. Calendar and address book. That is cool. And Roundcube is on there. That's a really nice. It's a Google Mail-like web email client. So that would be something really neat to set up too. Good. Yeah, let's set up Roundcube to at least see what the setup interface of this is. You just have to connect it to an IMAP. Mail servers. So let us kind of let us see how many resources we are actually using. That doesn't look as bad at all. Wow. Seems really light on resources. Nice. I'm afraid as soon as we start to use the Docker containers, that will not look that bad anymore. Yeah, sort by memory. Okay. What is plint? It's the web interface. Oh, okay. Okay, but this is 122, so that's the biggest thing. And then comes Synapse. Then some kind of web server thing. Oh, and there's Apache running. Wow. That's a good choice in terms of being light? I don't know. So, okay, yeah. No, it runs. Yeah, we already did that. Oh, the wiki would be, maybe the, okay. Roundcube is running. The IkiWiki. Okay, let's do IkiWiki too. Maybe we can kind of make some content and pretend we want to share some. No, Zapier. That is actually doing a lot of indexing. Let's see. Oops. Interesting. So let's see. So let's see if we can find IoT Empire. We can. Interesting. Nice. So it doesn't show me a link to the IkiWiki here. So how? This is the Freedom Box wiki. Okay. What can I do on this one? Oh, okay. It's a calendar up. I don't want to set up all the clients now. Okay. What does this one do? I just wonder if there's something to kind of look at the files on the server. We could also set up media wiki, I guess. I can do put a new user. Is this making a system user? Still don't know how I can actually put something into the wiki. Create a wiki. Oh. I see. Okay. I see. Oh, cute. I have to register. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I see. Nice. Okay, so these are kind of the apps I see here. Let's see if we can go crazy and do some Docker stuff. Well, let's first see if there's something out there. Add Docker to Freedom Box. This is how I can run Freedom Box in a Docker. You know, I had the Docker starter was interesting, but I wonder if there's a kind of a Docker interface. There's probably a bajillion. But I want something simpler than that. Yeah, I've heard of Portainer. Maybe that's what we need. It would be nice if we would have kind of ready-made services like we had there. But so far, the whole thing was pretty painless. So I wonder if after the lunch break, I will actually give the Labrador a try. Maybe our internet is kind of slow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if Portainer is it's overkill here. The nice thing about Docker Starter, it's so media center oriented. But I think our intended audience might not like this command line interface. So now it would be good to have some other members here who would be giving me suggestions. Cockpit versus container. wireless earbuds. Kind of the feeling we should give Portainer a chance. Okay, let's first get Docker. Okay, let's do that. Let's get the Docker on Debian from the official Docker stuff. Yeah, root, so I can run this as well too. So let's do that. Let's see, Docker. Docker installed, step 1 and 2 of how to install use Docker and Debian. I guess I missed that one. That this needs to do. There we go. Docker, here we are. Enable to start on boot. I should be able to start that. System control. Enable Docker. Start Docker. Status Docker. Sounds good. Do we really want to add the user to Docker? No, why not? Let's say this user can run. Might be a security issue. Relog in. Have the group permission sandwich. There's a command. Cute. That's for your box now. Why not just type? Oops. Okay, that's kind of the same. Okay, so now I should be actually able to also use Docker Compose. Now it should actually download the Docker with Hello World. Cool. Mhm. Okay. Remove that. Image too. Okay, so we do have Docker now. And I still wonder if I should Docker starter or Portainer. Let's do Portainer. Really seems overkill. Okay, as nobody is commenting on me, I think I will try the doc starter. Let's see if I kill everything here.
Sorry, I was away for a minute. What is
No.
Doc Starter for?
You know what Docker is? It's kind of like a virtualization thing where you can then quickly install services and all the dependencies at once.
Okay.
And I'm actually thinking of making a Docker for IoT Power so that you just can do one service. And so usually it's kind of a weird Docker command you have to put in. So if you look here with me at, for example, I do a lot of stuff with this Raspberry. Yeah? So this is the voice assistant. And it comes, for example, with a complete Docker installation. So if you look here at installation, you can install, after you install Docker, you can basically then run Raspberry this way. It's still kind of complicated, you see?
Yeah.
And so the doc starter is kind of even taking that away from you. So let's reboot that guy.
It'll be interesting for IoT Power.
Yeah. And the problem is, so I'm kind of here, I don't know if you were around when I kind of discussing with myself if I should use Portainer or Dockstarter. So Portainer is basically some kind of GUI for managing Docker containers. but it seems way overkill. And the cool thing about Dog Starter, it has some really, yeah, you will see, it has some really nice default Dockers in there. And so it's really easy to install new software, even if it's in the command line. So I think that would be something we would need now to discuss here in the community, how we make this accessible. There's another project I actually want to encourage to put on here, which is the Cloud Commander stuff.
Yeah.
Cloud Commander. So, for example, Cloud Commander comes in a Docker, so that might be something we want to actually try out to install here and make available. So, but now I basically installed that thing. And now we should be able to run Dog Starter, so that you have an idea what I'm talking about. Running Dog Starter, just DS. There we are. I think it doesn't use the mouse. No. So we do full setup. Now I want to show you I was actually really pleased when I saw the list of the things you could install in Dog Starter. I don't know if it has here advanced, basic. Should have somewhere a list of apps you can install, but we will see it. So, hi, see you are. So you see, these are all the things you can basically install. Cloud Commander is in there.
Yeah.
Huh. This is cool. It's kind of funny. I think let's kind of go first back. Cancel. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Now, these are all the defaults here for Edmond stuff. Oh, yeah, why not? Yeah. I might have made a mistake now. Because you can kind of set which of the directories are visible in the Docker containers. And then for Cloud Commander, that's interesting because then we can, yeah, basically very easily upload and download stuff. We can let this run through, and then we will look in the configuration again. Oh, full setup again. Start over. Yeah, see, it does use Portainer. Interesting. So maybe Dog Starter wasn't a bad idea. Let's do Cloud Commander just as an example and see what we want else. Handbrake is in there. Interesting. Home Assistant. See, that's really cool. Nextcloud. Yeah, Nextcloud is something where I also thought that we might want to have that.
There's Minecraft.
It's a Minecraft server, yeah. Pi-hole, which kind of you can restrict which DNS things you can use. There's also sync. So we have a couple of things here several times. I don't know if it would have been better to put the Freedom Cloud completely into the Docker. Oh, Calibre. It's kind of an ebook server. Nice. Aha. Visual Studio Code server running on a remote server. Also very interesting. And you can probably use Visual Studio Code in the browser. Well, let's just try just Cloud Commander. Okay, why not? Let's do it in Mount Cloud Commander and on port 8000. Yep. Maybe let's all the other stuff be default. Portainer seems to run on port 9000. Okay, VPN stuff, I have no idea. Here we could probably change the time zone. Yeah, but I think I will leave that. Yep. So now it just the cool thing, it downloads everything you need to run the stuff. Even setting up Cloud Commander is usually a huge hassle. And the nice thing is, if I do the IoT Empower, I could just have a dedicated Docker container for it and then kind of do the Cloud Commander setup outside of it. Oh, that's big.
For me as an artist and designer, this doc starter idea is very interesting because I always run into these dependencies and installations and
yeah, because you're not totally afraid of the command line, but you're afraid of the dependency hell, aren't you?
Well, I'm afraid of always getting stuck for days in not solving one thing because of a dependency.
Yeah. No, I think you might like that.
I mean, that's a great bridge between developers and us designers for the real world, I guess. I'll be happy. I mean, I'm really excited to see IoT Empower being docked.
Yeah. Okay. It has been on my
pressure,
for a while.
No pressure. No pressure.
That is not good.
Whoa! What happened?
I have no. No, it's just somehow the port 8000 is already in use. Okay, I think I can probably fix that. Why?
Is that port that Cloud Commander uses? Okay.
Which I configured when I installed it. So, but I might have, because we have all that stuff running here. There might be something else on 8000. So let's see. Huh. What is on 8000? no idea. The net utils. I have no idea where netstat is. KBN netstat. Net tools, not net tools. We're talking about library dependency hell here.
Yeah.
The artist would be stuck again. No, I needed this to see what is on 8,000. There's nothing. Oh, there is something on it. Something on 8,000. Let me see if I can reconfigure that. Select apps. What's going on? Things are sad. There we are. Okay. So cloud commander. Yeah. Do I need to run compose? No. Or maybe yes. Okay, yes. How can I configure things? Configuration, select apps. Or did I need to do full configuration again? Yeah. And it's just kind of going here. No, I don't want to run it. I guess I need to do full setup. I think I need to set up variables. Here we are. Would you like to keep these settings? No. On cloud command is good. Keep current. Yes. Keep current. Yeah. Would you like to set? Yeah. No. Oh. Keep current. Keep current. Keep current. Keep current. Yeah, I was kind of trying to set a new port. I think I have to try again. No, I don't want to keep these. This I want to keep. Here, enter new. Why don't we say 18,000? That. And let's see if we can start Cloud Commando on a different port. Oh, let's see if we can open that port. Localhost, no, digital inclusion port 18,000. Awesome. That was still relatively easy, I would say. Huh. Still wonder where it's maybe this. Do a little bit figure out where the directories are, what the shared directories are, and so on. Oh, but this is nice. I think I should prepare my lunch now, so I think I will leave the stream opening, and when we come back, I think I will check out how much of this stuff I can run on the Labrador. Cool beans.
You could put up a text window saying that you'll be back in an
Yeah,
hour.
I was actually thinking of making out for lunch.
Wait a minute. Are we not on the Labrador right now?
No, at the moment we're on the Atomic Pi because I
Oh.
want to make sure that I get the Docker stuff running. And I don't know, this might actually fail on the Labrador, so we will see.
We'll see.
So, out for lunch, back at too big. Okay. See you after lunch. Good. I think we are back. Very nice. So I am back a little early, so half an hour early. So I wanted to, before I start with the Labrador, I wanted to try out some more things here and see if we can use that to our advantage. I'm checking out Portainer on the Docker starter, which got installed automatically. And that seems to be our thing here. So we got lots of statistics. I don't think that we can really show that to end users. That's kind of nice. It shows here Cloud Commander, Portainer. Okay. Can we see how much memory they consume? I don't see it. What do we see here? No, HTOP. Still looks kind of all decent. Yeah. Maybe it's a nice solution. Yeah, it's cute. I would like to have the Docker starter staying in this way. So it would be really nice to just be able to point and click this. Why are you kind of crashing here all the time too? So let's kind of disable that. Cameras. Okay, so that runs again. My desktop is still streaming. Good. I wonder what happened in between. Maybe the internet went down and this disconnected Jitsi. Okay, let's check once more in Docker Starter the variables. You see here kind of a media center focus of Docker starter. I still think it would be really nice if I could use Docker starter to upload a couple of things and then we see it in the other containers. And so where are you putting it? Ah, there it is. Okay. Everything that is under cloud CMD lands here. Okay, so you could just mix things. Yeah, that's nice. You can set up something pretty cool about that. So if we now refresh here, it's gone. And it's all configured. You get even the shell here. Neat. I can completely mess up that machine. And this also still exists. Okay. Yeah, I like the Cloud Commander thing. It has really cool things here. So you have upload and download in there. Yeah. I think we want that somewhere there too. Though I'm not sure. Nowadays, not many people know what files are. Okay, so let's close some things and check out. I think I should wait until 2 before I start with the Caninos. So let's maybe get them all here, and then I can set things up on the fly. I think this is the same No, great. So that is another one. Very good. So power supply for later. We have all the other setup up here. We have the Portainer stuff. Is there anything else going on here? What we could use? Oh, Maybe this is what we wanted. Huh. Portainer. So over 6. Definitely check out the kinematic stuff. Actually haven't even looked in here. Nice. I was actually thinking if it would be easy to set this up as a wireless access point with FreedomBox directly, because I thought that should work. cockpit. Okay. Double underscore. Underscore cockpit. Oh, it's a slash in the end. That is quite boring. It's just white. Too sad. Connect to. Host. Yeah. That doesn't seem to work very well. No. I have kind of the feeling that the cockpit thing might not work on Firefox. Nope. That is broken. That's pity. Nice firewall is on there. Network, security, service, storage, update users. I think let's check here. Actually, check out. So just let's see if non-free is in there. Nope. Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of hard. Somewhere non-free. Where is that? No, Linux non-free. We want to have that. Make sure we have the support of the drivers for wireless. I was complaining when we were installing Debian. R8169. Eight, 1, 6, 9. Need any firmware? No, it's this one. So do you now have what you want? No possible missing? Ta-da, ta-da. Why don't we do that? That's nice if you can just get everything from Docker Hub. Yeah. So let me see we are back here. We are. Wonder. Well, let's first see if we can actually add here a connection. Wi-Fi. Let me say that access point. There it is. This will then be actually internal. Access point. I wonder how that works. I'm kind of. Yeah, let's see what it does. Oh yeah, we call this the digital inclusion thing. Interesting. So can we see that? Yep. Oh, that's pretty nice. The big red one is digital inclusion, which is here on the table. Oh, that looks very promising. So maybe we could, if you just set a DNS server too, which seems to be possible, then that might be all we need to do to get the access point running. I still don't know if never managed to set up a 5 gigahertz access point with that. I still wonder if you could connect. Because usually I think you have to run host apt. Not sure if that is running. Huh. Yeah, no, I think it's definitely not the case for this. But okay, we're kind of getting close. What else do we have in system? Really bind? Well, that is really hard to set up. Oh, but you have also the. No, I don't have a DNS mask. We get cockpit now. No, that is definitely broken. Okay. So then I would say let's go to the Labrador. So we have two here. Maybe let's see if I can get the other camera. So let's kind of shut down the existing one. You can do that from here. System, update, security, firewall. No. Here, shut down. Shut down now. Good. So that one should be down now. Let's unplug this. And then I will set up things for you guys so you can see something here on the table. This was the 5 volts. Okay, and Labrador kind of varies. We have a 12-volt power supply for the Labrador. With a local power supply, so let's kind of find another 12-volt power supply. I will be back in a sec. So back with a big power supply, so we can run 10 Labradors from that. No, maybe not, but this is 60 watts. 60 watts should be enough for many Labradors. And we also need screen and the keyboard. And need a camera for you guys so you can see something. Well, good guessing game. So I'm on 3, 4. 4 is good. So there you see it. It's kind of pointed a little bit more down. There is one Labrador, and this is the 64-bit one. So I wonder which one to use. So this is the other one. And you see, yeah, maybe I get a little bit more obvious. A little bit too much light from outside. Where's that one coming from? From here. Maybe it's the lamp on top. No, I think it's the window back there. Oh, now you can kind of see it a bit better. So I see the core board, and yeah, this is the 32-bit version. That's the big core board, and the other thing is a little bigger, but in total, it's actually the core board is smaller, and that's the 64-bit version. So depending on where I find the newest image, I think I will. This one is which I want to install. Ooh, that looks artsy back there. Let's see when that round comes back. Kind of interesting what's happening with the 2 camera drivers here. Let's do that again. No, this one seems to work. I have no idea. Maybe if you get the other one in full screen, then things are going haywire. So let these two be like this. Caninos. Loucos. Digitial. You cannot create decent security certificates. Oh, that's a great demo.
I just became aware of that myself. I just sent a letter to Marcelo Zufu telling him that I can't access the website. I don't know whether it's because the certificate has expired or some type of configuration issue. I know that they've been working on the website recently. I don't have any idea as to why it's down.
Yeah, I don't know. I wanted to look if there's a new image out.
You might go to GitHub and see if there's one there. They said they've been trying to use GitHub more.
This one here. Oops. No. Yeah, Labrador Linux 32. But this is the kernel. I don't know if there is more. So let's just look at the continuous locus. There's Labrador Linux and Labrador Linux 64. Linux 5, unstable. SDK, because I'm not sure that there's any release.
Yeah, it's not a whole distribution, just a kernel.
That's what I assume. Yeah. Which would be okay, but I still haven't really understood how I can install a new kernel on the Labrador. But there's also no binary kernel here, so that doesn't help me much. So because if I compile the kernel, it will take 2 days or so.
Yeah, it's not exactly.
And maybe if you set it up as a cross-compiling environment, then it would be faster, but I'm not that deep into this yet. Would be good to get Mateos in here. Maybe he had an updated image or so somewhere. Because I'm very sure that the Labrador I have here doesn't do Docker.
What you could try and do is boot up the Labrador with your latest release, and then try and update the distribution.
That will work. I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be a big issue to do the whole Debian update, but I'm not able to get a new kernel. That's kind of the issue.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I've been after them to try and improve the support of things like GitHub and a community side of the website and things like that. And Augusto has said, yes, we're going to do that, but he's trying to bring in people from the USP community of Linux users and stuff to give him some help in maintaining that. And that's just been happening over the last couple of weeks. So they haven't quite gotten around to doing that yet.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of work going on. English one. No, it doesn't work either.
Now, I tried several things before I sent my note off to them. I tried, turning off certification checking and stuff like that. No.
What do you suggest as the next step here, or shall we move things? And when we could kind of nail down, I have some results now from the thing I did this morning, and it was pretty straightforward. So Freedom Box was super easy to install on a vanilla Debian. Was pretty easy to configure. There's some things in the admin interface where I think that's a bit too deep. I'm not a big friend of bind. I think they should rather offer DNS mask for small network, because you probably will not serve several thousand computers. But this is all small, and the Docker starter seems to be also really nice. It's a little bit work would be nice in kind of making things more configurable. And I just found something here. I don't know if you were online while I discovered that. There was Kitematic with another web-based tool for configuring Docker containers, which looked like it would be easier to use. On the other hand, it's just all about the containers. What I like about the Docker starter is that it actually has the configuration variables which are specific for the respective Docker container exposed. And if we could expose these in a website, then we would have all the configuration necessary for people.
So part of the idea of tying together Caninos Loucos with Project Kawan with some of these projects is that things like Kodi, they're great, and for accessing web-based programs and stuff like that, they're fine, but they're typically not tuned to a particular location. Sometimes,
or even a use case, yeah, exactly,
or a country, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you could do is create kind of like a mini startup file for any number of different countries or localities or things like that, that after the person had installed all the code, they execute that startup file, and that sets all of the reasonable defaults for the particular area they're in.
Mm-hmm.
So that you can deliver an ISO image which is 99% of the functionality generalized over the whole world. And then things like the local language, local TV stations, what is live air, what is over the internet. Because one of the things I want to do eventually with the Kodi is get those USB tuners working with it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's lots of over-the-air TV stations in places like Sao Paulo where you can get free TV without even having to pay any fees to this company or that company or anything else. And at one time, they were even talking about having a couple of channels free for downloading large pieces of digital information like Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, it would be even for people that could not afford the internet, they'd be able to download pieces of software or things like a Wikipedia database. Because in reality, the core Wikipedia database is small compared to things like YouTube, because it's all textual and with a few images thrown in and links. So, if, for example,
we could even, a default image could also come with the Wikipedia.
You could, yeah. But what I would do is I would make it would be kind of like the Debian net load, where you load just the minimum amount of stuff, and then everything else is pulled over, either the internet or over-the-air TV, like I'm talking about, because the over-the-air digital TV is megabytes of data per second. It's not 93.6 kilobits a second. It's megabytes a second because of the width of the band.
But you have slots, so you don't get always the same thing. Yeah, you have to maybe wait till tonight. It's broadcasted that we get that archive or ISO of Debian or so.
It might be like that, yes. But on the other hand, you have the same type of thing if you're using cellular telephones. You have contention every once in a while with too many people get on the line at the same time. So, and also it could be useful in places like Ubuntu, where their connection to the rest of the internet is poor because of bandwidth, but they could set up a local cache server to be able to deliver this stuff locally over either Wi-Fi or wired, wiring. So in any case, there's all that stuff to do, but getting the base software set up, working, and easily obtainable and integrated was the first task.
So actually, I think the idea that we start basically with a Debian, install FreedomBox on top, and then we do something either like this Docker starter or Kitematic. And what is missing actually, so that works actually good. Works great. But then what does not work so great is the access point. Because we don't have anything for setting that up nicely. And variables for Docker. So forth, because depending on the container you want to install, you want to configure different things like folders that you want to share or ports where to access it. So these kind of, and maybe you don't want to actually do that. That should be kind of a default. But then we need kind of a website with links to these.
Yeah, and the other thing. Well, so the other thing is, if at first we don't have this thing working perfectly, that people could just say, pull down this ISO, install this ISO, and the world is your oyster. But you have a combination of pull this down, put this on, and here's a paper that tells you step by step how to set this up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that the Project Cower professional, when they show up to install this, they say, hey, I can install this for you. I can get it to the point where all you, end user customer, have to do is log in and work.
True.
So that gives the Project Cower professional something to give the customer as value, but and at the same time, it gives the customer somebody that they can call if the thing ever stops working for some reason. So, to get something that's truly foolproof in getting everything set up, you either give them a minimal amount of functionality that, it will work, but, it's not everything you want to do, or you give them something, and then what I've just talked about is the smart TV. The
Mm.
smart TV is set up with a fixed set of hardware, a fixed set of functionality that the manufacturer tells you what it's going to do. And if it ever breaks, you have to take it back to the manufacturer and they fix it for you, right?
Mm.
So you're stuck with that manufacturer's idea of the functionality, and there's nothing you can do to change it.
Where is your project online? Kawa? Or I read it a couple of times, but I forgot the exact spelling.
projectkawa.org, and like a lot of other things, it needs some help right now, and I'm trying to get that help done because I was waiting all this time for the Labrador to be ready so that we can start it up and say, here's a Labrador, here are the projects you want to sell, here's how you sell it.
Can you spell it for me once again? It's
Projects, project, PROJECT CAUA.org.
CAUA. I'm pretty sure Google can do that. There we go.
Right. And so far, all we have are a couple of videos explaining what it is, how to set it up. The idea behind Project Kawa is that there's one plane, there's one level, which describes the function of the project. What is the project trying to do? And the project is trying to give training and help to technical people, people that already have a certain amount of technical knowledge, is to how to start your own business and how to give services to small business owners and end users. That's the same around the world. Doesn't make any difference where that is.
Sure.
There's a middle level, which is if you're in a particular country, you typically speak a particular language. You also have particular laws about sales and companies. So there's a certain way the government wants you to apply to be a company. There's a certain way that the government wants you to have to set up a contract with people. There's a certain way that you advertise things because the advertisement is going to be in a certain language, and the advertisement is going to have cultural things. So, for example, I don't go to Africa and use a white person as the person who is buying all the products, and I have a black person as the person who is supplying all the services. I use black people all the way through. That's what they expect. That's what they want, right? So, those types of things will be on the middle level because it's a cultural, language, country thing. Then the bottom level is for local villages, areas, municipalities, whatever you want, because we're going to have local mentors. The Project Kawa professionals are going to be local. I don't want one person setting up 5,000 Project Kawa franchises and collecting money from 5,000 students to do something.
Mm-hmm.
What I want is 5,000 companies, 5,000 Project Kawa professionals, and 5,000 companies. And each student is their own boss. The only person they report to is their customer. So, but we need some help for them because the students have typically never done this before. At least in the United States, they don't. Maybe in Brazil, you're more entrepreneurial and maybe the students have sold lots of things. I don't know. But a lot of them are number one, they're very shy. They're shy about going up and selling themselves to a business person. Number two, they typically don't realize how much they know. And I've had I've had to work into teaching the students how to understand how much they know. The student starts off and says, I don't know anything. Oh, really? You've never installed a new version of an operating system? Oh, yeah, I've done that. You never fixed a bad disk? Oh, yeah, I did that. You never did backup of your system? Oh, yeah, I know how to do that. You never set up Wi-Fi? Yeah, I know how to do that. Well, guess what? Your mother doesn't know how to do that. The business person down the street does not know how to do that. They know how to run their business. They don't know how to do that. So you know all this stuff, and this stuff is what you put in your contract. These are the services that you're going to provide for your customer. And they look at that contract and they say, yes, I need to have this stuff done, and I will hire you to do it under these conditions. And the conditions are spelled out in the contract. And as long as the student obeys the contract conditions and does those things for the customer, they should be happy.
I think
If the customer, I have to go in 30 minutes.
Mhm.
If the customer needs something more or something different than what's in the contract, then the student can go out to Project Kawa and try and find somebody who has those skills, or the student can learn how to do that on their own and supply that to the customer. But that is outside of the contract specifications. That is subcontracting. And the student doesn't know how to subcontract. They've never done that before. But any business person knows how to subcontract. So that's what we teach them. We teach them how to subcontract. And we give them the tools that they could be successful at doing that. But these tools are the same around the world. You know, every business person knows how to subcontract. If they didn't, they wouldn't be in business. So, these kids don't know how to do this. So we have mentors made up of local business people, maybe college professors, maybe people who are part of the Linux Professional Institute, maybe, people who belong to a small business association in a particular place. And these people act as mentors to the students to help them do this. After a while, the students become their own mentors. A student who's been a Project Kawa professional for 2 years becomes a mentor to a new student. And so we build this. But I've been waiting for 6 years for the Labrador to be finished. Professor Jufo just told me it was only 3 years. No, it's not. It's 6 years.
Yeah, good. And we don't know when it really will happen. Hopefully it's soon. But I think the idea to say we can do that with lots of platforms. It's not about that. It's about the solutions. And I've looked a little bit here now in the Project Kara. I see your introduction there. And I'm kind of a weird software engineer, so I really am very example driven. And I think what we could do is actually we could kind of, for specific cases, and you kind of listed a couple of use cases, but I could even make it more concrete. And I record videos all the time, so I could actually walk through some of them, and maybe we can even use them then later as instructional material. And I basically say, okay, today I do it on the Raspberry Pi. Today I do it on the Atomic Pi. Today I do it on the Labrador.
Yes, we can do all of that, but I've been waiting for the fucking Labrador to be sold. So yesterday I had a meeting with the guy who's supposed to be in charge of the sales team for the Labrador, Roberto.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him, can I go to robocore.net today and buy a Labrador? And he said, yes.
And you tried.
He said the cost of it was $150 US because the real is changing so much we can't really. I know. I'll get to that in a moment. We can't really sell it in reais because we buy the parts in USD. So I took a look at the Robocore site And number one, it's selling for 599 reais, which is basically $111 US at current exchange rates. So that was wrong. And number two, Robocore says it's not available. So he was wrong in both cases. And number three, he only had you have to search for the Labrador up in the corner, which is another problem. Nobody sees the Labrador unless you actually search for it. Robocore lists all the things in the front page that are available. There it is, 599 reais.
But we have to say, basically, before the pandemic hit, the real was at 124. So
right, I know that.
Yeah,
I know that. But the problem is, it's still not available.
Yeah.
Right. And when I ask Roberto, who's supposedly in charge of sales and marketing, is it available? And he tells me yes. And and how much is it? It's $150. And I go to this site. This is the only distributor of the Labradors now. It's the only one. I go to him. I go to the site, and it's $511. So if we're selling it to them at a certain price, and they're selling it at $511, they're going to lose money on every single one. So this all has to be set up before I'm going to make a big blowout with Project Kawan. Because what's the sense of saying to the students of Project Kawan, you can do this, if they go to the site and they can find out they can't buy the Labrador, or that it's more, because they're going to be basing their costs on how much does a Labrador cost. And we have to figure out somehow for these.
And the problem, it doesn't work with used parts, because you can even not guarantee there what the things are.
Well, the students could do Project Kawa with used computers and stuff like that. They could. But then you have to have a supply of used computers.
Yeah.
Right? And you have to know how much they're going to cost. So, I could do this with Raspberry Pis, but the problem with Raspberry Pis is twofold. Number one, they're very expensive coming into Brazil. Number two, you can't say how many of those you're going to have either, because every 2 weeks they're out. You can't count on the Raspberry Pis coming in. But so, I've dealt with this now for 12 fucking years. I've been coming to Brazil a quarter century, longer than 25 years. And I've been dealing with this problem for 12 years. When the Raspberry Pi came out, I said, best thing since sliced bread. Let's just start this up. And then what happens? I find out about the import taxes. I find about the shipping. I find out about the reais. I find, okay, let's manufacture the Raspberry Pi in Brazil. I contact the Raspberry Pi Foundation. I know 2 people on the board. I've known them for 30 years. I said, hey, would you manufacture Raspberry Pis in Brazil? Here's a simple plan. We buy the parts from you in a package, including the printed circuit board, and we assemble them in Brazil. We get around a lot of taxes. Instead of paying 100% import duty, we pay 16%. It's lower cost shipping, whatever. We put it on an SMT machine. You give us the Gerbers, boom. We'll even give you back some of them so you can make sure we're manufacturing them correctly. We worked with them for 2 years. We produced 5 of them at the University of Sao Paulo and 5 of them at Sandia, which is a manufacturing facility in Curitiba, Brazil, that I happen to know the owner of.
Yeah. Okay. And what happened then?
Raspberry Pi said no. No reason, just no. And so we started over. We got an initial design from a company called La Maker in China.
I know.
We signed an MOU with them
Banana.
on the guitar. And also they did the design for the Banana Pro and the Banana Pi. However, another company did the manufacturing. And they're still doing the manufacturing. But La Maker was the world's second worst marketing organization. And they died because of marketing. And the same reason why this is going to fail due to marketing is because all of the people who sold the guitar never had it on their front page. There was no community that was created around the guitar. And so people never saw it. And when people never see it, people never buy it.
Or work with it.
Or work with it. The Raspberry Pi doesn't sell because it's the Raspberry Pi. It sells because it was the first really cheap pocket-sized computer, and they had a wonderful marketing thing. Oh, these 5 professors at the University of Cambridge were so upset that their students were coming in and knew less about computers than their students of 20 years ago. And so they went in and they worked at night, working from candlelight, designing a new computer that would be sold very cheap, that could fit in a student's pocket. Sure, the fucking product pocket was that big. Fit in a student's pocket. And they had to mortgage their homes to get the money to produce the first computers. Oh, they didn't say anything about R14 and Element giving them $1 million each for the project. Oh, yes, the Raspberry Pi. Isn't it wonderful? And all these magazines wrote about it and stuff, and everybody bought them. Yeah, it's marketing. Why do you think that Linux took off and BSD, which is arguably a better system, why do you think that Linux took off? I'll tell you why. Because it was this kid with sandy brown hair, wire-rimmed glasses, spoke with a lilting European accent, but perfect English, who scratched ones and zeros in the back of a shovel in front of his in-laws' apartment with 2 cats at his feet and wrote the whole fucking Linux kernel. In the meantime, all the BSD... Oh, and they had a cute penguin as a mascot. In the meantime, there was all these BSD guys with big black beards and greasy black hair, weighed 400 pounds, and sat in their mother's basement coding away. And there was this guy down at the Free Software Foundation named Richard Stallman, who actually looked like Satan when he wasn't going around with a disc on top of his head and talking about free software. I mean, how much better would it have been if Richard had said Freedom Software Foundation instead of Free Software Foundation? And then we had to spend the rest of our lives talking about why the software wasn't really free. Neither is air, neither is water, neither is sewage. And we took a lot of shit from that. So it's marketing. It's marketing. You had pictures of Linus walking through fields of daisies. You had pictures of Linus doing this and doing that. And it still is happening. It's marketing.
Yeah. Good. I still think that some stories could help also market here. So I like to think in stories. And yeah.
The first story is having a product that people can actually buy. That's the first story. We've been telling a story for 12 years. Actually, well, with the Labrador for 6 years. We've been saying free software, open hardware, made in Brazil, create jobs for Brazilians, spread it out a little bit, create jobs for Latin America, build a computing industry inside of Latin America. Free yourself from China, who's willing to say, hey, we'll sell you computers as long as you're nice to us and send us money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
there's a lot of, and I'm half foot here in the embassy, and there in public affairs, there's a lot of thought like that going on, but there's of course a lot of conflict of interest. Also, that the US wants to sell a lot of stuff here.
Oh, sure. Now think to yourself, you're either going to send the money to China, or you're going to send the money to the US. What's wrong with that picture for Brazilians?
It's the same.
As much industry as you look around and you see in Brazil, you see manufacturing in Brazil. Yes, you do. But take a look at Brazil's main export. It's agriculture. And there's only so much money you're going to make off of that.
Mm.
And particularly trickle down to the people in the fields or the people, there. Manufacturing. What creates value? Transformation of something. Either transformation through space and time, which is putting something in a truck and having that truck to take it from where it's made to where it should be, where it's going to be performed. That's one type of transformation. But another type of transformation is taking raw materials and making a product, a solution that somebody's going to sell. That's a transformation. You take steel, rubber, glass, or whatever, you transform it into a car. You take wood, plastic, cement, roofing tiles, you transform it into a house. These are all transformations. And transformations create value. What doesn't really create a lot of value? It's taking stuff you sell from a wholesaler and selling it to the end user customer. Because you can do that through Amazon. You can do that through the web. And the small business is going to go out of business. The only thing that people are going to have is you go onto the web, you order something, and somebody ships it to your house. And that, and if you follow that model, the manufacturing, the transformation can be done any place, and it isn't going to be done by you. The other problem that we have as a society is capitalism. I'm sorry. Capitalism is inherently evil. It's evil because somebody gets some money sometime and they buy some machinery and stuff and some goods, and then they hire a bunch of people who take that and transform it into a product. But then the person at the top decides how much those people get paid. And their goal,
really good in Brazil.
Their goal in life is to pay those people as little as humanly possible so that they have more profit. But that isn't the worst part. The worst part is the person making that decision probably lives 5,000 miles away. They live in a nice house in a clean neighborhood with no pollution because the pollution is happening at the factory 5,000 miles away. So the factory dumps chemicals into the river next door. The factory spews stuff into the air. The factory does all this stuff. And the people that make the products have to live there.
Yeah.
What would happen if you took the owner of that factory and you made them live at the factory? They might not be as happy about spewing stuff into the air anymore. They may not be as happy about spewing stuff into the water supply anymore. Think of Flint, Michigan. Do you think the governor of Michigan lives in Flint? Hell no. And if he did, he would use bottled water just for the shower.
I read a lot about that. Yeah.
So this is one of the problems of capitalism. And, if you had a different scenario, if the employees owned the factory, the employees might say, hey, we're going to cut our wages a little bit, but we're going to clean up that water. We're going to cut our wages a little bit, but we will be able to breathe the air. We're going to divert some of our wages to better school systems so our kid has a better life in front of us. But what happens now? The factory creates the product and the profits go off to the owners, either the owner or the stockholders, who do not live there. They do not send their kids to school there. They don't care about those people. And I use those people particularly in light of what's happening in my country right now.
You cannot imagine how twisted I am as a dual citizen. I'm German and American. So, and yeah, I see things that go wrong and see that things that don't go so wrong.
But the thing is, there are people in charge of the United States right now, and I only woke up to this in the last 5 or 6 years. But there are people in the United States right now in charge in our legislature who really don't give a fuck. They don't understand that they're working for us instead of us working for them.
Mm-hmm.
Not all of them. There are some that understand, but they keep getting voted down. And the only way that we can get control back again is to get those people that vote them down out of office. So it's not all of the Senate, and it's not all of the House of Representatives. Only about half.
Yeah. But then it is all connected. Politics, labor, innovation. So I still think that this, and maybe it's not even the Labrador from you. Maybe it's more something what you envision with Project Kawa had so much potential. It's the same thing I experienced when I was in Singapore meeting that guy who was working with Espressif and the ESP 8266 and said, Udi, this hardware will change the world because it's finally affordable for everybody and everybody can build something for their neighborhood with it. But again, this is more. I think you need more than the hardware. I think the hardware would be enabling here and would kind of solve a lot of problems we have here in Brazil. But for me, as more kind of, because I will leave Brazil at one point and will work somewhere else again. I still think that this idea of providing examples and best practice and and knowledge and kind of help for self-help is even more valuable. And I would like to be part of that, part of providing this help.
So the goal was always to start it in Brazil because of the need in Brazil, the need in Latin America, because I saw that need. But the idea was not to keep it only in Latin America. Because the United States, they have their own problems, but until recently, the United States was doing pretty good. But with the advent of Trump and his neoliberal, which he's not even a neoliberal. I mean, he's very obviously conservative and very obviously a racist and everything else. But, we still haven't gotten to the point where we can seem to elect a person like Bernie Sanders with a 40-year record of doing the right thing, or at least trying to do the right thing.
Just remember, you are okay that we are on the record here, yeah?
Yes, I am. I stand behind everything I've ever said.
As long as I'm still, I think it will be good to listen to again.
It's, he wanted to have universal health care, but it's not, he didn't want the state to provide the health care. He wanted the state to pay for the health care.
Yeah.
So you cut out a lot of overhead of insurance companies. The insurance companies no longer have to pay profits to their shareholders because it's not insurance that pays for it, it's taxes. Insurance companies have to advertise their insurance. They have to sell their insurance. This is a lot of overhead that has nothing to do with providing health care.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bernie came out and said, look, take your $12,000 a year you normally pay in health care and instead pay that in extra taxes, but you will not have any deductibles when you go to the hospital. You'll have eye health care, you'll have dentistry, which you don't have otherwise.
Yeah.
And yet people were too stupid or misled to understand that. There were all sorts of reasons given by all sorts of people as to why this wouldn't work. And he showed everybody how they were wrong. He said free college education. Well, he would typically stop there, but he didn't, he never finished it. Free college and trade school education for people who are qualified.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of rounds back, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. But see here, all these people brought up all these different things. Well, what about the wealthy? Are you going to pay for them to go to college too? Yes. If they want to go to a state school, if they wanted to learn a trade, yes, we will pay for them because their parents pay taxes. If they want to go to Harvard or Yale, they're on their own. But a state schools in the United States used to be free. University of California, Berkeley, the creators of Berkeley Unix, was free of tuition for many years. And then after Reagan, they tried to be free, but they couldn't survive. So, now they're $15,000 a year. And for families that only make $12,000 a year or $15,000 a year, you can't spend all $15,000 on sending your kid to Berkeley.
I mean, things are cheaper here, but you have the same things in Brazil, even worse.
But even if the school is free, the kid still needs money because their parents live over there and the school is over here. And the kid needs an apartment to stay in or a dorm room to stay in. They need to have food separate from the family. That's more money. Maybe they need a bus to go back and forth. Maybe they need internet in the home at night so they can study. They need books. Have you seen the price of college textbooks in the United States? I saw one textbook that was $300.
I have published books, And you know how much Pearson and all these make on books?
I don't know in actual dollars, but I imagine it's a lot.
Now they take more than 90% of the price. So you as an author get usually something between 1% and 5%.
So my answer to you is publish through something like Lulu.
I did publish on Amazon, even if that is kind of half evil, but but Amazon takes 30%. In comparison to the big publishers, nothing.
You could publish on Lulu. First of all, you could publish an ebook. And so that cuts down a lot on that. You could put it into a PDF and publish it that way. You could publish a hard copy book. Oh, wait a minute. I have to turn on my camera.
Yeah, but wait, this is IEEE ACM.
It is.
These are the ones who take most.
First of all, they had a PDF, and I pulled it down. That was free, I pulled it down. But I like a book. And so I went to Lulu, took the PDF, put it into their system, and I generated a book. I paid Lulu $16 to make this book. I'll turn it back on again. You may look that there's somebody on the front cover that is somewhat familiar.
The camera doesn't really do justice to that person.
And I put the Babbage difference engine on the back. I didn't sell it. That would be illegal, but I wanted to have it in a hard copy so I could find it, so I could look at it, so I could read it. But, if I wanted to publish it like that, I could call up the IEEE and say, I would like to do this, and then we would make a deal, and I would sell it and give them part of the profits. I don't know. But, you could publish your PDF in the, with Lulu. And your $300 textbook, of which Pearson VUE would get 90%, could go down to $50, and you would get 90% of that.
Yeah. But you don't get the name and the marketing and
You're a college professor. You have a built-in audience, right?
But we could talk so much about. I would love to invent a project where you basically have liquid publications and where we remove the corporate publication paywall, where everybody can access and everybody can rate and everybody can contribute. And then I think we could also change how research is done in this world.
Oh, well, now you're talking about a different project I'm working on. So what's in this book is the IEEE ACM curriculum for computer engineering.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite complex. It has things like prerequisites. It has things like, what the course is supposed to teach. It has, all these things about it, what the student is supposed to learn from the course. But what it does not have are sample slide decks.
Mm.
So let's say you're teaching operating system design. There's no PowerPoint in there or, LibreOffice presentation in there on how an operating system works. There's no suggestion for an operating systems book. So there's several different books on operating systems that are out there. I know, I've got them all, $300 a piece. But there's no suggestion of a book. So I'm working with LPI, the Linux Professional Institute, and we're going to document every single one of those courses and tell people how to teach it with open source software and hardware. and we're going to publish that for free on the net. And people can contribute their ideas of what books to use. They can contribute their slide decks. They can contribute their sample tests. They can contribute all that stuff. And the curriculum, which is used by 340 different, at the last count, 340 different universities around the world, will be able to reach out and say, oh, yeah, I can use open source to teach that course.
Yeah. I have some history there, yeah.
Look, I'm not Pollyanna, okay? I'm not naive about things. And I know that different... Oh, wait a minute. I have to go. I'm sorry. I have a meeting right now.
Was super insightful. I might keep the stream open, but it could be that I close, but then I sent you a message.
All right. Bye.
Hope we can continue in some regard. Bye. Thank you. Is that you, Renato, who is still in here?
I'm here.
You listened to him?
I listened to some of it, but I have.
That is, I think this is a very precious document we created here.
Yeah, it's great. Are you recording it? I saw you on YouTube.
Live on YouTube.
Yeah, cool.
So I just don't know. It's so disappointing with the Labrador, and then it got John going.
Yeah.
Look at this. It took me this morning 3-4 hours to set that up on the Atomic Pi.
Yeah.
And so I basically know that, yeah, any of the use cases we discussed, I probably could have implemented in that 3 to 4 hours. And then it's a Labrador, and you saw that the website didn't open. We couldn't even get a current operating system for it.
I was having lunch. I didn't see that, but
yeah. I mean, look here, not was it? Yeah. So basically, that is the page today of the Labrador.
That's pretty disappointing, I must say.
Yeah, I don't know. I wish it really would work out, but I think I don't want to just take sadness or so out of this. So I think the ideas that John presented with, having this easy computer for point of sale, having this easy computer for the media center for your house, the internet access, kind of controlling a lot of things for your mini family or community, and having some shareable data there and a point of exchange. I think that would be so helpful. And also this idea of setting these devices up for a price, because if you would set them up locally, it would be still so much cheaper than if you import them. So there's so much business potential. Yeah. But how to get started? So and John definitely believes it would have been to the hardware, and I think there's a lot of truth to it. On the other hand, I still wonder if there aren't, because I remember when we were working together with the IoT Empower, and as soon as we started using used computers, everybody had more fun about it. Yeah, and kind of said, oh, it's actually cool. It was actually cooler to use a used computer than using a Raspberry Pi.
It's surely easier.
But can you assume that everybody has a used computer who wants to do something with computers in Brazil? Probably not. Or are there people who could actually upcycle tons of used computers?
Look, I mean, every school, every institution, they have been acquiring computers and probably every once and then they must renew. So what I'm trying to say is probably easier to come around a used computer than a Raspberry Pi. So, you know what I mean?
Especially if we think about education, yeah.
Anyway, in any case, I think, of course, you depend of some kind of recycle system that, you know, but I mean, the institutions usually they would sell, they would just sell their old stuff for very cheap sometimes. Government institutions, at least. So it could be a bit. That's a business opportunity there, but there's some infrastructure that must exist. I'm not sure. It might already exist. It's just
I mean,
hard.
this is what I did 20 years ago in Germany. I used old computers to connect schools to the internet.
Yeah.
There were no routers. There was nothing. But I even sometimes the schools had a little bit of money, and I bought one powerful computer, and then I turned 20 old computers into terminals. So they basically had one powerful computer, and then really, really cheap computers just sitting in each classroom, and they had fast network between them. And then each of these could be a terminal to that one powerful computer, and they could all work. So there's 20 computers driven by the power of one.
Yeah, that's cool.
And schools really like that, and they were okay with Linux, even 20 years ago, you know. And so we are so much further now. Yeah.
I'm
No,
sure
nowadays you could just
people. I'm sure there are people working with this fully. I mean, it's just hard to come around information. You know how things are in Brazil. I met these guys and they were from Brasilia, or that was an Italian guy actually. He was half the year here, half the year in Italy, and they were creating networks in the indigenous tribes and really isolated villages, and they created a kind of internet called Baobá where people could share this people could share videos and all kinds of media they were producing in between them, and you didn't need a connection with the internet. But when you did have one, you can upload all the updates that you made to your network. It sounded like a really cool project, but
you need to feature more of this. Yeah, sometimes I think we should really dig in the success stories and then feature them and extract kind of lessons learned from there, which then other people can use for their own projects. So like here, yeah, so for me, setting up something to share files, super easy. And it might be something cool to show. And then people can build a file server. Or if we even build this infrastructure for this ultimate gateway, then it's just kind of a little screw here, a little screw there, and this thing becomes that. So maybe it's medium. Maybe I really need to start some kind of big recipe book.
yeah, that sounds like a cool plan.
And then see if that kicks off. Maybe it doesn't make any money for me quickly, but maybe it does. It will definitely create community. And that might be also kind of extension of the tech shorts we were kind of thinking of making. And so then a couple of tech shorts could lead to one of these tutorial videos.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think also kind of taking a really old PC and showing how much you could still get with a Linux install out of that old PC.
Yeah, the Baobá network, it was pretty much done with old computers, and
What is, can I Google this here?
I'm trying to find the link here. They were, this is the thing again, as John was saying about marketing, and it's just information just gets lost. I think there were 2 projects in the.
Okay, but Renato, maybe we should rather kind of see if we have another small call today, and maybe kind of dig into this. But I think I want to wrap up the stream here, so it kind of gets a little bare of content here in the end. I think the presentations from John have been really cool, and I think also my tour through setting up Debian and getting some things set up in the beginning were probably pretty nice and show the potential of Freedom Box and Docker approach. And I think we should rather kind of evaluate what we follow up on than kind of just discussing here publicly for everybody. So then I'm rather make some nice video with you again, which is short and concise, because this is. So we have now a 5-hour stream here, Renato.
Yeah. All right, man. Sounds good.
Thanks for joining, Renato, and thanks also for your opinion, because you were the Brazilian kind of here in the conversation today, and looking forward to some more projects with you, and maybe we can push this here in the right direction together, and maybe you can even take it further when I'm gone.
All right. I will.
Good.
We can send it to you. Okay.
Yeah, that would be great. Let's consider if we even do another meeting today. But I think I wrap up here now. So what's great. I'm not sure if I do it this long again one day. Maybe I should kind of define more a 2 to 3 hour slot. But it was an interesting test, and let's see what Google makes out of this stream here on YouTube. Okay, thanks again, and bye everybody. Stay tuned. See you again in the IoT Empire. Bye-bye.